Turn the mic.
Brigitte. Brigitte Shamshad is here, and I'd like to suggest here with us Firuza. Do you know her?
Yes, I do know her, but the
Can
point,
we replace?
yeah, Shamshad Jan, thanks
Good
for
morning.
joining. Good morning. And Feroza Jan is also here, that's fine. But we basically, what I'm saying to everyone is, the first field visit, so many things went wrong. And that's okay, that's no problem, right? We can deal with that. But what I'm saying is, in the future, we have to make sure that all the field visits, you know, roughly speaking, work out, right? Yesterday, we didn't even accomplish so much of the work in the village didn't get done because the teams were not very well organized. They didn't properly understand what needed to be done. Now, I know that Nurbek and you and Feroza Jan, you all have seen this work, okay? So I need you guys to be on the ground, right? I mean, to basically make sure, I'm not asking you to do the work, but to make sure there's some quality control, yeah? And so what I'm saying is Nurbek is a chief trainer or whatever I don't understand why he calls himself a chief facilitator. There is no such position in this project. There's a chief trainer only, but doesn't matter. But basically I need him in the room, yeah? I need him to be in the room and I need him to be part of the team. It will be really helpful because otherwise we keep moving from one visit to the next everything and we won't be able to finish the training, and we really must finish the training, right, in time. So Shamshad, and Feroza Jan, that's my point. Does that make sense to you guys?
It absolutely does for me. Thank you, Brigitte. I'm very sorry that I personally made everyone wait, our partners from SEED and everyone. I think this point also has to be raised to the lead organization of my consortium.
Okay.
Yeah, because I myself was there as the volunteer all this time because
I know.
I'm not involved anyhow in this project for the moment. And please accept as the courtesy whatever I was doing earlier.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I'm totally ready, but I need the command.
I see. Shamshad Jan, what is your title in this thing? I'm just trying to understand. What is your position?
In the project, nothing specified yet because I don't have a contract.
I see. What about Feroza Jan? Shamshad, do you know about Feroza? Or does anybody know what Feroza is? Does she have a contract? What is going to be?
Assalamu alaikum. My Firuza Man.
Hi.
Brigitte. Hi.
Hi, Feroza Jan.
ما ويرده تشكيلات رهبره و البته شو كمان اللي بويتشه يوردن بيروتش واكل استفاده
Okay.
شو مان تريننج باش دان خارجيتش برجع كمان
So oh, that'll be great. That'll be really, 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 really helpful. So we have you and Fergana. That's great because you've seen this work. We just need some help because I'm not physically there. I mean, it's just, yeah. So Shamshad, yeah, I mean, if you can, I think Andijan could really use your help if possible. I understand that you don't have a contract. Who is signing your contract? I'm confused. Who is giving you a contract?
No. The point is that I do represent an organization which is the part of the JV, the joint venture,
right,
of ACTED, and all the specialists and the key specialists and the facilitators are also spread amongst the partners in our consortium.
Okay.
I just do act as Yükselish, and Yükselish is involved into just recruiting the facilitators and making the things happen there in the field. I myself, I'm not involved in the project anyhow so far. unfortunately, but I would love to be in it,
Oh, I understand now. I mean, I don't understand. This sounds really strange to me. But I mean, it's just a little complicated, I guess. So it's okay.
It is. Yeah, I will speak with the lead organization and see what they can do with it, and
Yeah.
with my organization as well.
Yeah, it would be nice because, you guys have seen this work. Okay, good. Okay, so I think since we have Feroza here, we won't have to wait for Nurbek. Let's go ahead and proceed. We have a question in the room from Andijan. Maybe Andijan, go ahead. I see your hand.
Brigitta xonim, xayrli kech. Bizda jamoa bilan kelishgan holda bir taklif bor edi. Aynan misol bizda fasilitatorlar aynan bu jarayonda ilk bor
Go ahead, please.
uchun misol aynan xuddi shunday loyihalarda ishtirok etgan misol ishtirokchilardan bizga bironta bir vakil berishlarini so'rab qolardik. O'ylaymanki, shunda biz yo'l qo'yayotgan xatolarni kamayar edi, balki umuman xato qilmasmiz.
Yeah, no, we're trying to do that. I hear you. I hear you. I completely understand.
Men aniq bir taklif ayta olaman. Misol Shamshod akani bizga biriktirilganda ularda tajriba bor, o'zlarining tajribasidan bevosita biz bilan bo'lib o'rtoqlashsalar yana ham yaxshi bo'ladi. Baribir onlayn.
I completely agree, and that was my thinking as well. That I realized yesterday that all of you would benefit from someone being there that has really seen this work. That's why I was asking for Shamshad and wondering if Shamshad can join. So Shamshad, if you kindly could ask your actor team, or I don't know who you have to ask, please just ask the people you have to ask. If you could join us and be here and assist, that would be great. And when Nurbek is there, no problem, Feroza Jan. But if Nurbek cannot be there sometimes, if that happens, then because you've also seen the work, right? So if one of you can always be sure to be there, that will be really great, Feroza Jan. And we have Monojot in Namangan. So that I'm not so worried about that, right? Okay, no, that's a really good suggestion, and we're going to try to see if we can solve that. Okay, great. So let's get started then. If there's not anything else, how are you guys doing? I know it's really, really hot. Are you sleeping well? Are you doing okay? Let's see. Why don't we just hear from every room how people are doing? How is everything? Let's start with Andijan. How is Andijan? How are you doing, you guys?
Brigitta xonim, endi to'g'risini aytish kerak. Biz jismoniy harakat qilmayotgan bo'lsak-ku, bu mashg'ulotlar anchagina charchab qo'yadi. Men kuzatgan boshqa jamoa a'zolari ham anchagina charchoqni his qilishyapti. No, ish.
Okay, so look, you guys, I'm going to try to give you a break again this afternoon before you go to village so you can rest, right? And when it's the hottest time of the day, so you can rest a little bit. You will have to go a little early today so that you can actually make sure all the streets are there. And I know, I'm really sorry that this training is taking place in this heat. I know that's really hard. How is Fergana doing, everyone? Yeah, Nagiza Jan, why don't you tell us how you guys are doing?
Biz ham Andijon jamoasini fikriga qo'shilamiz. Endi aqliy mehnat baribir ozgina odamni charchatadi.
Okay.
Lekin kechki payt ovqatlanib bo'lgandan keyin salqin tushganda ozgina dam olishga fursat bo'lyapti. Lekin kunda issig'ida obeddan keyingi bo'lgan vaqtda ishlash qiyin. Tashqarida bo'lsa kerak.
Okay. 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 Be sure to remind me to give you your breaks and everything. I'll be happy to to have breaks every hour now. And yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nagita-jan. And Namangan, how are you guys doing? No, I don't want you guys to get sick and all this from the heat, So if you are not well, please say something. Yeah. Namangan, can we hear from you?
Assalomu alaykum, Brigita xonim.
Yeah. Salam.
Yaxshi, haqida ishlayapmiz. Ortiqcha
Okay.
chap qolmayapmiz.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, great. Okay, so I gave you some assignments yesterday, right? There was, I think, the common assignment, you had 2 common assignments, right? And those were, one is to work up a poster of what you are never going to do again in the village. And the other one was reading the resources map annex, so that I will walk you through it today and we can, practice how you're going to do it. And the other one was, I also, by the way, I will email, we will go through that, but for each of you, I have worked out exactly how many MDU members, because I was sent the sheet that said this street has this many households, right? So before this meeting today, I worked out how many MDU members will be for everyone in each street. So we're going to project that. I'll email that to the team, to Manojot, and we can project that so that everyone can see how they're going to form that. So we'll cover that today as well, because Nagiza was asking that. That's one. And the other one is somebody had to think about, one team, I think it was Andijan, had to think about how they're going to rescue the situation now that they've already did the elections. So Shamshajan, one thing that happened in Andijan is that they accidentally already voted for the office bearers, but they don't even have the MDU yet. So we kind of need to do some damage control. And we need to come up with a strategy for that today. But before we get into all that, I just want to give every team about 5 or 7 minutes time to just very quickly come up with the 3 most important things they learned yesterday. The 3 most important things you learned yesterday. Okay, I'll give you a little time. Over and out.
Hello, Brigitte. I'm sorry, Brigitte. I had some twist problem, therefore I couldn't sleep last night. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I couldn't sleep last night either. Okay, I'm joking. I couldn't sleep because I was working. But so here's the thing. The point was that we really need your help and support because you are a chief trainer, I believe. Is that right? You're the chief trainer.
Yes, Brigitte.
So, and you've seen all this work. It's not that you have to do the work, but that you just in the field make sure you guide them so that they do it well. And I know you can do that very easily.
Yes.
So that's why I just wanted to be sure you are in the room, okay?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we have a tight schedule, you know that, right? To cover
Yes.
all the material. So I really appreciate you being here. I'm sorry I had to call you in like this.
Sorry.
But it's just that we're learning new things today. So you need to be there with them, okay?
I'll do definitely, Brigitte, but I need to go to the dentist for 1.5 hours. So,
okay.
So don't worry, I will arrange this meeting,
Okay.
and I will be with them.
Okay, so why don't you go then and go to do what you have to do and then come back when you can, okay?
So yes, in a 15 minutes I need to leave, so now we'll come back.
Okay, no problem.
So maybe Firuza will replace me here, so we can arrange somehow. Okay, Brigitte?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for understanding. Thank you.
Brigitte, bizga iltimos savolni bitta qaytarib yuboring yana.
Please do give me an indication when you're finished. Because I'm sitting here. Yeah, let me know. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Brigitte, I've received files.
What's that? What did you say, Manojot? Oh, you've got the files. Yes, we'll use them later, not right now. I just wanted you to have them ready. Yep, that's right.
Fergana is ready.
Okay, great. Ghana is ready. And is Andijan and Namanga? Yeah, just a second. Are you all, everyone's ready? Okay, great. So everyone please listen. So go ahead, Fergana, please.
Assalomu alaykum, men Farg'onadan Dilshodman, qishloq fasilitatori. Biz kechagi o'sha bo'lib o'tgan narsalardan asosiy o'zimizga olgan saboqlarimiz bu birinchisi qishloqdagi vaqtinchalik mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini saylashda har bitta ko'chadan vakillar kelishligi hamda ularni ko'chalar bo'yicha taqsimlanishini biz o'zimizga saboq qilib oldik. Keyin bu ikkinchisi xatolar ustida tahlillar qilib uni ustida ishlashni o'zimizga saboq qilib oldik. Keyin uchinchisi jarayon, shu ikkinchi harakatimiz, ya'ni kechalik o'tkazgan harakatimizda mahallani o'sha MFYdagi barcha aholi qatlamlarini inobatga olgan holda qatnashishlari shartligini yoki qatnashishlari muhimligini, fikrlarini, ularning ham fikri muhimligini o'rgandik.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, who's next? Andijan? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Bekzod Begman, qishloq fasilitatori. Kechagi trening davomida biz asosiy o'rgangan va amal qilishimiz shart bo'lgan uchta qoidaga keladigan bo'lsa, birinchisi biz bilib oldik, buni mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini shakllantirmasdan turib saylov o'tkazmaslik, ya'ni bizdagi xatoni boshqa takrorlamaslikni va har bir mahallada belgilangan vakillar kelmaguncha, ya'ni kontingent shakllanmaguncha yig'ilishni o'tkazmaslik va kontingentni shakllantirish choralarini ko'rish. Kontingent deganda bu iqtisodiy ijtimoiy ahvolidan hamda yoshi jinsidan qat'iy nazar, ya'ni tenglikka e'tibor berish kerakligini o'rgandik va eng asosiysi Birgita xonimni yo'riqnomalari ketma-ketligidan tashqariga chiqmaslik va uni o'zgartirmaslikni asosiy oldik va bunga endi amal qilamiz.
So let me just say thank you so much. I also want to tell you, so yesterday we had an internal meeting and Namangan Manojot pointed out that the section about poverty could be better explained and written. So I told her I would do that, and we will do that exercise later. I think we'll do it after the well-being analysis, then maybe it'll be easier. But my point is that it's not that you have to follow everything blindly. You can always come and tell me, oh, Brigitta, there's a problem with the way this is written, or the way it's not clear, or it doesn't work well. That's absolutely fine. And then we can discuss what changes we need to make. But the point is that, you know, just don't invent anything new is the point, right? Don't do anything totally different, right? So thank you for making that point, Andijan, that, you know, that you should try to stick to the manual. That's really an important point. Thank you so much. And Namangan, can you go ahead, please?
Bizda avvalambor uchrashuv joyini mukammal o'rganib olish, aholi yig'iladigan joylarni demak oldindan tashkillashtirish, shoshma-shosharlikka yo'l qo'ymaslik kerak. Ikkinchisi, uchrashuv ishtirokchilarining ehtiyojlarini ma'lum yo'nalishga yo'naltirmaslik. Ular o'zlari demak o'zlari ehtiyojlarini diskussiya orqali aniqlashlari. Demak, uchinchisi, aniq maqsadli yo'nalish, ya'ni shoshma-shosharlikka yo'l qo'ymaslik. Barcha narsalarni demak oldindan kelishilgan holatda, ya'ni fasilitatorlar demak nima deyishlarini yoki o'sha maqsadli fikrli dastur orqali fikrlarini izhor qilishlari. Bizda shu.
Great, thank you very much. Now, I asked you yesterday to make these posters about what you will not do again. Do you, Fergana, is there anything you have told me about these 3 points? Is there anything in addition that you have put on your poster of what you will not do again? You want to share that with all of us now? If you have something in addition to what you already said.
Assalomu alaykum. Bizga bergan topshiriqlaringizdan biri qishloqqa borganimizda qilishimiz kerak bo'lmagan harakatlar ro'yxatini shakllantirib oldik. Bular qog'ozga qarab gapirmaslik, yo'riqnoma ilovasidan chiqmaslik, plakatlarni barcha betlarini yoyib ilmaslik, past ovozda gapirmaslik, to'liq ma'lumotga ega bo'lmasdan mas'uliyatni olmaslik, barcha ko'chalardan yetarli vakillar bo'lmasa vaqtinchalik mahalla taraqqiyot guruhlarini tuzmaslik, shaxsiy muammolarni aytishiga imkon yaratmaslik, ilovalarga ortiqcha izoh keltirmaslik, ya'ni qo'shmaslik. Fasilitatsiya davrida boshqa shaxs aralashmasligi lozimligini biz qilishimiz kerak bo'lmagan harakatlar ro'yxatiga kirgizdik.
Okay. So thank you so much. That is really great. And let me say, I know, right, that you know, you can go with all the best intentions to do certain things. And then when you're standing in front of 50 people, you know, and you are you're just working and innovating. Sometimes you say things you shouldn't. So I completely understand that. But I'm really glad you guys picked up all the important points, yeah, that we discussed yesterday. I think so. That's really great. Thank you so much, Fergana. And now let me hand over to Andijan.
Biz kechagi uchrashuvdan xulosa qilib shuni aytmoqchimanki, biz harakatlar rejasida hamma narsada rioya qilishimiz lozimligi bilan birga quyidagi xatolarni qilmasligimiz lozimligi haqida xulosa qildik. Birinchi xulosamiz bizga berilgan qo'llanmadan chetga chiqish xato. Berilgan qo'llanmani rioya qilishimiz kerak. Ikkinchi nima qilmaslik lozim bo'lgan faoliyat bu fasil.
Okay.
Xo'p, berilgan qo'llanmadan chetga chiqmasligimiz kerak. Bizani xatolarni takrorlamaslik uchun. Ikkinchi faoliyatimiz nima qilmaslik ro'yxatida fasilitator axborot berayotganda qo'lida qog'oz bilan o'qib bermasligi lozim. Qo'lida qog'oz bo'lmasligi lozim. Uchinchi katta xato sifatida biz shuni xulosa qildikki, har bir ko'chadan yetarlicha vakil yig'ilmasa ham yig'ilishni o'tkazish mumkin emas. Yig'ilishni qoldirish kerak. Har bir ko'chadan, endi bu birinchi uchrashuvga tegishli. Har bir ko'chadan to yetarli vakil yig'ilmasa, boshidan sanab olamiz. Agar to vakillar yig'ilmaguncha yig'ilishni o'tkazmaslik kerak. Faqat boshlang'ich ma'lumot beriladi va saylov darajasiga yetganda to'xtatiladi. Ya'ni o'tkazilmaydi. To'rtinchi katta xato sifatida shuni xulosa qildikki, fasilitator plakatdan uzoqda turib, plakatdagi ma'lumotlar haqida axborot bermasligi kerak. Agar uzoqda turib ma'lumotni bersa, odamlar tushunmaydi nima haqida bo'layotgani haqida. Yana shu xulosaga keldikki, fasilitatorning faqat bir o'zi gapirishi va boshqalarni eshitmasligi, aholini eshitmasligi, aholiga savollar bilan murojaat qilmasligi, ya'ni interfaol ularni faoliyatga jalb qilmasligi bu xato. U albatta ham gapirib, ularni eshitib, to'xtab, pauza qilib, keyin aholini har bir muloqotga chaqirib, ular bilan birga ishlashi kerak. Uchrashuvdan albatta 1-2 soat oldin bormaslik, uchrashuvga kechikib borish ham xato. Albatta oldinroq borib, 1-2 soat oldin borib, hamma sharoit bo'lmasa sharoit oldin to'g'rilab, unga tayyor bo'lish kerak. Chunki biz xohlagan joyda, qishloqlarda hamma joyda sharoit bir xil emas. Ayniqsa issiq havoda balkim odamlar soyani xohlaydi. Shunaqa joylarni baribir qidirib topishga vaqt ketadi. 7-chi xulosa sifatida ishtirokchilarga ko'rsatkich barmog'i bilan murojaat qilmaslik. Bu to'g'ridan to'g'ri xavf belgisini bildiradi. Va oxirida ishtirokchilar bilan qo'pol munosabatda bo'lmaslik. Masalan, ayrim ishtirokchilar oldinroq chiqib ketmoqchi bo'ladi yoki gaplashib o'tirib sizga xalaqit beradi. Shunda ularga qo'pol munosabatda bo'lmasdan, ularga borib yaxshi munosabatda bo'lib tushuntirib yoki ularni eshitib ko'rish kerak nima haqida. Agar chunki e'tibor qaratsangiz, u odam gapirib turgan odam to'xtaydi. Biz shu xulosalarni xulosa qildik va o'ylaymanki, biz bunga rioya qilamiz. Rahmat.
Okay, very nice points, very important points, and also some points quite different from the other teams. So I hope everyone is listening, right? Because we're all in this together, and so the brainstorming is really important that we all learn from each other. Thank you so much, Andijan. Namangan, please.
Assalomu alaykum. Assalomu alaykum. Namanganga birinchi bitta savol bilan murojaat qilmoqchiman. Hozir Andijon guruhidagi prezentatsiyalarda bitta savol meni qiziqtiradi. Mumkinmi bersam? Da.
Please go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Aytdilar, Andijondagilar aytishdiki, agarda ko'chalardan yetarli odam yig'ilmasa, majlisni qoldirish kerak deyildi. Agarda 50 ta odam misol uchun yig'ilgan bo'lsa, qaysidir ko'chalardan odamlar kelmagan bo'lsa, majlisni to'xtatadigan bo'lsak, qolgan odamlarga behurmatlik qilgan bo'lamiz-ku, unaqa emasmi? Keyin u odamlar kelmasligi, keyingi uchrashuvga o'zi kelmasligi aniq bo'ladi-ku. Unda qanaqa holatdan chiqamiz? maslahat bering, shu narsa bizni qiziqtiryapti hozir. 50 ta odamni kuzatib, ikkita ko'chadan odam kelmabdi deb majlisni qoldiradigan bo'lsak, unaqada narigi kelgan odamlarga behurmatlik qilgan bo'lamiz-ku.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. That's a very good question. I was going to actually speak to that later, but we can discuss it right now. So this is what I would do. If I had 8 streets and I had 30 people from one and 20 from another, and I had like 5 of the 8 streets represented, but I was missing 3 streets, right? Or only had 2 people for one and no one for the other. Basically, I would ask people to send people out. First of all, I would be early enough to go to all the streets to mobilize people. That's the first point. The second point is I would try to send people out. If I didn't mobilize myself to get people there, I would try to send other people to go and ask, can you go and find some elders, ask them if they can join. And then if they say, if they come back and say no, you may want to just innovate and do something else. You definitely cannot run an election. You cannot run an important exercise. You could basically do some other work, right? You could remind people what the project is about, You don't have to call off the meeting, but I would certainly not do anything that's very important. I would stop the meeting early, and I would remind people that the whole village is responsible to make sure that each neighborhood is represented, yeah? So people take some responsibility, yeah? Right? Because, I mean, this is really problematic not to have some of the streets there. So, but I think the most important point is, please go early, at least 1.5, 2 hours, and walk around and make sure that people are informed and can come. If you're still missing, ask someone to call people and say, please, please come, right? And then otherwise, just try to innovate and see what you can work with people, but don't ask them, give me a list of your problems. You can work on other things. You can ask them to summarize, what is this project about? What did you and share with them the project. And then you'll have to, when the next time the other people come, you still have to cover all that material again, because you want every street to have equal information about the project. Does that answer your question?
Ha, rahmat katta. Oldim, rahmat. Keyin endi prezentatsiya.
Assalomu alaykum. Biz Namangan guruhi ham Farg'ona va Andijon guruhidagi aholi bilan uchrashuvda mumkin bo'lmagan holatlar yuzasidan ayrim fikrlarimiz to'g'ri kelyapti. Masalan, mana uchrashuv o'tkazish joyini belgilashda xonadonga belgilab qo'ymaslik, o'sha kollej yoki maktab yoki mahalla binolarida uchrashuvda belgilansa yaxshi bo'lishi. Agar xonadonga belgilaydigan bo'lsak, o'tgan treninglarimizda tushuntirib o'tdilar Brigitta xonim. Shuni ham biz e'tiborga olishini ko'rsatib qo'ydik. Birinchi uchrashuvda mahalla fuqarolar yig'ini xodimlarini fasilitator tomonidan olib borilayotgan yig'ilishda chiqib olib aralashmasliklarini oldini olish. Ular mutlaqo aralashmasliklarini tushuntirish. Xo'p, keyingisi fasilitator aholi bilan uchrashuvda qog'ozga qarab o'qib bermasligi, o'zi o'sha tushungan holatda o'zini tushunchasini o'sha xalqqa erkin ifoda etishligi. Guruh tashkil etib, aholidan shaxsiy muammolari yuzasidan ma'lumotlarni olmaslik, ularni shaxsiy muammolaridan. Buni ham bitta punkt qilib kiritdik. Mumkin emas bo'lgan holatlarga uchrashuvga ko'chalardan vakillar to'liq kelmasa, uchrashuv o'tkazish mumkin emasligi to'g'risida ham biz buni uchrashuvda mumkin bo'lmagan holatlarga kiritdik. Hop, uchrashuv vaqtida fasilitatordan tashqari boshqalarni aralashmasligi, o'sha mahalla raisidan tashqari yana mahalladagi qanaqadir amaldor yoki korxona, tashkilot, muassasa rahbarlari o'zicha chiqib aralashib ketmasligi yuzasidan tushuntirish berish va bunga yo'l qo'ymaslik. Uchrashuv vaqtida aholi tomonidan berilgan savollarga aniq javob berolmasa, keyingi uchrashuvda unga javob berishligi to'g'risida, to'g'ri javobni qaytarish to'g'risida unga tushuntirishni ham o'sha bitta mumkin yoki mumkin bo'lmagan holatlarga belgilab qo'ydik. Aholini past qatlamini ko'proq tinglash va fikrini ko'proq inobatga olish. Biz shuni ham o'zimizga bitta anaqa qilib qo'ydik. Guruhlarni saylashda faqat erkak yoki ayollardan iborat bo'lib qolmasligini tushuntirishimiz kerak. Bu ham mumkin emas. Chunki 15 ta ayol, 15 ta erkak gender tenglik buziladi. Shunga ham e'tibor berishimiz kerak. O'sha yig'ilishlarimizda, o'sha saylov yig'ilishlarimiz o'sha kunda o'zida o'tish uchun bu juda ham katta ahamiyatga ega. Maqsad va vazifalarni belgilashda fasilitator va injenerlar tomonidan ma'lum bir yo'nalish berish mumkin emas. O'sha yig'ilishda ishtirok etayotgan, uchrashuvda ishtirok etayotganlarga yo'nalish berish mumkin emas. Mana uni yozing deb ko'rsatma berish. O'sha aholi o'sha o'zini fikrini erkin bayon etishiga imkon yaratib berish kerak. Uchrashuvda aholi bilan qo'pol muomalada bo'lmaslik, ularni tinglash, bizdan oldingi jamoalar aytgandek, boshlang'ich barmoqlari bilan ko'rsatib, qo'pollikka yo'l qo'ymaslik. Uchrashuv vaqtida aholini o'rindiqqa joylashtirishda e'tiborsizlik qilish mumkin emas. O'rindiqlarga joylashtirish vaqtida, ayniqsa farzandi bilan kelgan ayollarni, o'sha farzandlarini bitta odamni belgilab chetroqqa olib qo'yish kerak, uchrashuv vaqtida xalaqit bermasligi uchun. Uchrashuv vaqtida boshqalarning fikriga ta'sir o'tkazuvchi shaxslarga ham e'tibor berib, ularni nazoratdan chetda qoldirmaslik mumkin degan xulosalarni biz o'zimizga asosiy mumkin emas bo'lgan vazifalarga kiritdik.
Thank you very much. Let me just say a couple of points about, one of the teams had an MCA chair who was pretty active, and I'm sure he was trying to be active for very, nice reasons to be helpful. But sometimes it's not helpful, right? So you need to have a strategy, how you politely, because these are people that have a role in a community, they are leaders, they're respected people. So you have to kind of make sure, how do you manage, important people that try to interfere or are upsetting your facilitation. So my recommendation is, if you get someone like this, to quietly, not the facilitator, but someone from the team, right? The facilitator cannot stop, but someone from the team can take that person to the side and say, we really appreciate all your help in helping us set up the meeting and in organizing people. But we also appreciate if you just let the facilitators do their work. They need to learn how to do this work, how to make sure people are attentive. And so we appreciate everything you do and everything you've done. But it would be great if you can just let us manage the meeting, right? So something very polite, no one should hear this. You don't want other people observing this. You want to take this person to the side. Sometimes it may be a rich farmer. It may not always be an MCA chair. It could be a powerful person, right? Who tries to kind of intervene in your process. So you need to find a way. We call that managing gatekeepers in facilitation. There's a title, it's called Managing Gatekeepers, people that try to kind of control the situation, how you politely manage them. You can also take them out. Someone can take them for a walk and have them explain the village to you, right? We're going to have meetings. We're going to be holding some meetings and having discussions that are actually about wages, what people are earning. And sometimes you get powerful people not wanting those discussions to take place. Yeah. So basically what you do in that case is you just politely ask one of your team members that is just observing the process to take that person to the side and ask them some other questions about farming or agriculture or whatever it takes, just to have that person not interrupt your meeting. Okay. That's one important point I would like to make. And I think everything else, I think you got it. I think you got it absolutely right. So I know that it's very easy to sit in the workshop and say, we're going to do this, 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 we're not going to do this, this, this. And then when you're actually confronted with the situation in the village, it's not that easy to not do those things. So don't worry. I know, we'll still probably make mistakes, which is fine, but let's just make sure we don't make very big mistakes, okay? Let's move on now to the next topic. I think now we should talk about the MDU before we go into the resource mapping. And before I give you a break, let's start with the MDU formation process. And let's first do one thing, Monojot John, if you don't mind now. So you have 3 papers, and maybe we can go through them one by one. It's each of you, the files I received from you, I added how many MDU members. So maybe we start with Andijan and see if you can project that, and then we can have a discussion about how the Andijan MDUs will be formed. Have a look at this. There you go. Okay. If you look at the bottom, it says household, and then it says 145, and I put equals 5 pairs, right? So what I did is I took the total amount. And now, of course, I don't have that anymore, but I can do it right now. Sorry about that. So I took the total number of households and divided them by 15. So I had 424 divided by 15, so 28. So what I did is I divided 145 divided by 28, and that gives me 5 pair. 5 pair. So, 10 people, 5 men and 5 women, okay? And then I took 74 and divided by 28, and I got 2.6, so I made it 3 pair, okay? So this is how I did it. Now, if you add them all up, 8, 10, so you have 15 pair or 30 people right here in front of you. Andijan, does that make sense? Is that clear to you now? How to do it?
Andijonda savol bor edi. Assalomu alaykum.
Please go ahead.
Assalomu alaykum. Otahiyman, qishloq fasilitatori. Bizlar buni o'zimizni daftarimizga mana bo'lib oldik, mana yozib chiqqanman har bitta qishloqni. Faqatgina ularda mahalla xonadonlar soni juda ko'proq yozilib ketdi. Bunda xonadonlar soni 417. Sizlarni 445 bo'lib ketgan. Shunda bitta xatolik bo'lib qoldi.
Va yana bir savol bor edi. Adashmasam Birgitta xonim, siz dastlab 145 ni 15 ga bo'ldim dedingiz va undan keyin 74 ni adashmasam 28 ga bo'ldim.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. I did not say that. I did not. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. What I said is I took the total number of households and divided it by 15. And that gave me 28. And even with your new household count, it's still 28. I divided 145 by 28, and that gives me 5. Okay.
Hozir Birgitta xonim aytmoqchi, bizning mahallada 445 ta xonadon bor, 417 ta xonadon bor.
Shunda 28 ta bo'ladi.
Va shunda 28 ya'ni 14 ta ayol, 14 ta erkak bo'ladi.
Endi ko'chadan kesimida oladigan bo'lsak 5 ta ayol, 5 ta erkak.
No, I'm sorry. Why is it so difficult to understand that you take the total number of households and you divide it by 15? This is the rule. Okay, you divide it by 15, forget 28, because in every village it's different. You always divide by 15. Okay, and that gives you 15 pair.
Yeah, iltimos. No.
Bizda buni tushunishda muammo yo'q. Biz buni tushundik. Misol faqat bu yerda muammo bizda sizlar aytgan bo'yicha xo'jaliklar soni 417 ta, 445 ta emas. Shuning uchun bizda koeffitsient soni 30 emas, 28 chiqadi.
It's the same ratio, right? It doesn't change. Because the number, the difference is so small, it doesn't change. Right? Wait, okay. Hang on, I have somehow lost my, sorry, you guys. I have to leave the meeting for just, oh, hang on. I'm just trying to find my screen. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Ah, there you go. There you go. Okay. So you still have 28, right? Because if you take 417 and divide it, it's 27.7 or something, right? So you still have 28, and then you take each street and divide by 28, and then you get it. Is it all clear now? So you know how to do it when you go to other villages, right? Okay. I think what I'll do is I will make some assignments for you guys for you to calculate so that I can make sure you got it. But this is perfect. Thank you. Can we go to the next team? Fergana, please. Fergana. Okay, Fergana was really tricky. Fergana has a very complicated setup in this village because they have a lot of streets and some of them are really small. And have a look here what I did. I came up with 15 pairs, right? Fergana. Yeah, I think maybe Manorajan, you have to make it a little smaller so we can see the whole thing. Yeah, a little more. Perfect. Okay, there you go. So look, you had 900, am I right? 900 households, and I divided 900 by 15 and I got 60. Okay, Fergana, I got 60. And then I took the 60 and I took 75. So it's not always going to be perfect, but look at it. The first neighborhood has one pair. The second neighborhood has one pair. And then I combined the three streets, Arnoborg 1 and 2, and they have one pair, okay? And that's how I did it. And if you add them all up, it's 15 pair, okay? So meaning 15 men and 15 women. Is it making sense to you guys? Okay. You see how to do it, right, Nagisa Jan?
Bizi jamoaga tushunarli. Biz kecha ham ancha muhokama qilamiz.
Okay, good. Okay, but it's not that difficult, right? You just need to know the formula and then it's very easy. Okay? Great. Okay. Thank you very much. And then Manorajan, can you project Namangan? Okay. And Namangan, we already went through this yesterday, but I just want you to see it one more time. Look at this. You have 9 streets, 548 divided by 15 was 36. And so I divided everything by 36, and this is what you got. Okay, if you add it all up, it's 15. Have a look at it and let me know if this makes sense and if you are okay, or if you have a question, please do ask it if you have a question, Namangan. Any questions from Namangan? I'm trying to look for the Namangan room, and for some reason, yeah, Namangan, you need to turn your camera on, please. Yeah, all you guys, right? The people that are in these rooms, that the trainees, you cannot be with the camera off. I'm sorry, right? I need to see you, okay? So please turn your camera back on. We cannot do this unless I can see you. Namangan? So you can also see from here that you were not ready yesterday to run an election because of your missing people, right? Okay, where is Namangan? Okay. Oh, they lost the connection totally. Okay, so let's wait just one moment for Namangan so that we can get a confirmation from them.
Andijonda savol bor edi.
Sure.
Uchastklar, ya'ni ishtirokchilarning soni masalan 36 ta bo'lsa, 24 ta erkak, 12 ta ayol. Nimaga teng emas? 50% ga 50% bo'lish kerak-ku. Farg'onada ham shunaqa bo'ladi.
No, this is no. This is Namangan telling you how many people showed up to their meeting. That's all. That's all this is. This is not the number of MDU members. This is how many people attended the meeting. Okay? Who has asked this question? Do you understand the answer? Where are you? Huh? Yeah, right. So this is not the TMDU members. This is the number of people that showed up for their meeting. And because there was this issue here, there were not enough people, right? They could not do the MDU election at all, selection process at all. Okay. Okay, now.
Sorry, Brigitte. Sorry. I have a question regarding the table of Namangan. Sorry.
Who is speaking? I can't really tell who is speaking. Who is this?
Stanislav Chervenko from SEED, Bulgaria. Do you see me now?
Please go ahead. Oh, yes,
sorry, please just share the screen again because I'm responsible for the Namangan region.
Yeah, no, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about regarding the first line. Let's say Uzbekistan Street. I'm absolutely agree with you about the calculation here in the column of the dividing 184 to 36. It's a 5 pairs. Okay, but from the latest columns, male and female, we just seen 4 people, 4 male.
Okay, you are not understanding. The number of participants refers to the people that attended the meeting in the village.
Aha, this is just the first visit.
Yes, and this
okay.
is,
sorry, it's clear.
No problem.
But we need to have here 5 pairs. In fact, we need to have 10 people, 5
That's
male,
right.
5 female. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarification and sorry for interruption. Thank you.
No problem. I'm happy that you're interrupting. Very important that you understand this thing.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you so much for asking. Okay. Now, are there any more questions from anyone? Okay. If not, now I'm going to ask you, I'm going to give you 20 minutes time, and I'm going to ask you to come up with a strategy, how you're going to form the MDU in your meeting tomorrow. If you haven't, and you should consider, what is it that you need? Can you have a meeting if you don't have enough attendees? And if you do, how will you do the formation process? Okay. So I want you to work on that a little bit, and then I want to see the presentations. How step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, how are you going to do it? Okay. I'll give you 20 minutes and then I will come back.
Brigitta, I just shared the file in Uzbek, which is you sent yesterday in English, the formation of TMDU. Is it okay? You are muted if you are speaking.
Okay, is everyone pretty much ready? How are you guys doing? Are you ready? Yeah, okay. So Andijan is ready, and Namangan, are you ready? Namangan? Yep, ready? Okay, great. And then Fargana, can you please turn on your camera? Great. And are you guys ready?
Can you give us 1 minute?
Sure, no problem. Okay. Give you a little more time. That's fine.
We are ready. Firgana is ready.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's see, Andijan, you want to go first?
Brigitta xonim, siz bergan hozir savol bo'yicha biz jamoa bilan kelishgan holda bir fikrga keldik. Agar noto'g'ri bo'lsa, aytasiz iltimos. Ya'ni ushbu holatda barcha ishtirokchilarni ta'minlash uchun birinchi navbatda biz o'ylaymizki, uchrashuv joyiga, ya'ni mahallaga ertaroq borish va o'sha mahalla raisidan taxminiy kelishi mumkin bo'lgan, ya'ni aniqroq bo'lgan mahalla a'zolarini taxminiy ro'yxatini bilish va kelishi mumkin bo'lmaganlarni uyma-uy borib ularni qiziqtirib, loyihani o'ziga tushuntirib, ya'ni agar ularni kelish imkoniyati bo'lmasa, biz borib tushuntirib, ularni bu yoqqa jalb etishga harakat qilishimiz kerak degan qarorga keldik. Bu yerda eng asosiy kalit bo'ladiki, ertaroq borish va loyihani ularni tilida soddaroq tarzda tushuntirish va ularni manfaatini tushuntirib, ularni manfaatini biz ularga yetkazib bera olsak, o'ylaymanki, ularni yig'ib olishda bizda muammo bo'lmaydi. Rahmat.
Great, okay. And what else?
Hozircha jamoa bilan kelishib aynan shunday ko'rdikki, ya'ni ertaroq boramiz va ularga soddaroq tarzda tushuntiramiz. Menimcha muammo bo'lmaydi. Va shu bilan mahallada kerak kontingentni yig'amiz, kerak bo'lsa uyma-uy borib tushuntirgan holatda. O'ylaymanki, ularni bu uchun qilayotganimizni biz ularga yetkazib bera olsak, kontingentda muammo bo'lmaydi. Chunki bu ular uchun kerak.
So what you, okay. So the question to you was to come up with what is going to be your strategy to do the MDU selection process. And so it was not just one point, right? It was the whole process. I just want to be sure, no problem. The other teams will probably did it, so no problem. You can listen to them. But the main point here is that you will need to make sure that you now know for each street, right? You know how many MDU members you will require, right? Each street, you have it worked out. We worked it out together, you agreed. So you know you need a minimum number of people that you need in order to run this, to conduct this the selection and then the office bearer election process, right? If you have more people attending, if more people, so let's say, you know, you want 30 men and women, but you have 60 people in your meeting, you want those 60 people to discuss who amongst them would be the best people. Given the criteria, you need to make a poster. You guys need a poster that has the criteria that's in your manual so that you can present it to the 60 people and then they can decide, right? Who from their neighborhood. And remember, it has to be each neighborhood or each street needs to decide on their own, right? Right? So street number 1, if there's 5 people, they will decide which 2 will be going to the MDU. Street number 2 will decide which of the people in their street will go, right? Okay. As long as you understand that, that's fine. Great, thank you so much. Fergana, go ahead, please.
Yana bir bor assalomu alaykum. Bizi vaqtincha vaqtinchalik mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini tuzishdagi strategik rejamiz quyidagi bosqichlardan iborat. Ular mahalla vakillaridan ko'chalik, har bir ko'chadagi xonadonlar sonini aniqlash. Buning ichida A punktda mahalla raisi va ular hamkorlikda MFY pasportini olib ko'rib chiqish. Ikkinchi bosqichimizda o'sha yig'ilish o'tkaziladigan joyimizni aniq joyini, vaqtini belgilab olish. Har bir ko'chadan bitta ayol va bitta erkak kelishini ta'minlash. Muhimligini kamida bitta erkak kelishini ta'minlash. Va buning ichidan A punktimizda kelishini ta'minlash uchun ko'cha vakillari, ko'cha boshliqlar yordamida va jamoa vakillari yordamida kelishlarni ta'minlash. Uchinchi bosqichimizda mabodo kelmay qolsa, kelgan ishtirokchilardan telefon orqali yoki o'zimiz mahalla va xodimlari bilan uyma-uy borib, tashrif buyurib, uyma-uy loyiha to'g'risida axborot berib, yaxshi niyatda kelganimizni, qishloq qorovoni yo'lida yaxshi niyatda kelganimizni ta'kidlash. To'rtinchi bosqichimizda ro'yxatga olish va o'sha karantin qoidalariga amal qilingan holda ularni maska, antiseptik vositalar bilan ta'minlashni kirgizganmiz to'rtinchi bosqichimizga. Beshinchi bosqichimizda mahalla taraqqiyot guruhi a'zolari va rais o'rinbosarlari va kotibini tanlashni boshlashni kirgizganmiz.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But let me just give some feedback to this team. And the feedback to the team is, look, you don't have to go to each household. If you are not having enough elders, you ask the MCA chair, who are all the elders, men and women from the street? And those are the people you go to. You don't need to go to every household, right? You need to identify the elders, the Oxokol from each street, and you need to ask them if they can come, if they're in the village or if they're, if they're at home, if they can come. You don't need to go to each and every household, okay? You could even ask the MCA chair to give you the phone number and call them, or you can go there, but you don't have to spend too much time going to every household, okay? That's the first point. And I'll walk you later through the actual process. That's fine, thank you very much. So basically you are clear that you need a sufficient number of elders, men and women from each street to be in your meeting. And you need to separate out later who are the youth and who are the elders, right? You need to make a separation between them. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, very nice. Okay, Namangan, please.
Okay.
Namangan jamoasi bizdan oldingi Farg'ona, Andijon tomonidan bildirilgan fikrlar, o'sha strategiyalar bizda ham bor. Masalan, birinchi bosqichda biz har bir ko'chalardan kelgan vakillarni sanab, ularni erkak ayolini hisoblab chiqishimiz kerak. Chunki bizga hozir Brigitta xonim taqdim etgan ma'lumotlarda bu narsani o'rganib chiqdik. O'sha mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini saylashimiz uchun bu kontingent albatta bizga kerak bo'ladi. Kerak bo'lsa, kam bo'ladigan bo'lsa, o'sha mahalladan tashrif buyurgan vakillar, ularni o'sha iltimos qilib chaqirtirishimiz kerak. Hop, ikkinchi bosqichimizda ko'chalardan kelish kerak bo'lgan aholini o'rganib, qaysi ko'chadan kam kelgan bo'lsa, uchrashuvga kelganlardan to'liq kelishlarini ta'minlab berishlarini iltimos qilib, ularga tushuntirishimiz kerak. Hop, uchinchi bosqichda uchrashuv vaqtida ko'chalar kesimida o'z nomzodlarini o'zlari ko'rsatishini ta'minlash uchun ularda o'sha masalan mana mahalla taraqqiyot guruhiga a'zolikka ko'rsatilgan nomzodni o'zini ham roziligi bo'lishi kerak. U agar mahalla taraqqiyot guruhida rozi bo'lib, o'sha guruhga qo'shilmaydigan bo'lsa, u bilan ishlab bo'lmaydi kelajakda. Hop, to'rtinchi bosqich mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini to'laligiga o'zlarini saylovdan keyin ularni to'plab, o'zlarini ichidan rais, kotib, o'rinbosar saylashiga saylovni o'tkazish kerak va ularga to'g'ri yo'nalishlarni berib, ularni vazifalarini tushuntirib o'tishimiz kerak. Keyingi bosqichlarda ham xuddi shundoq mahalla monitoring guruhlari, yoshlar guruhlarini ham o'sha ko'chalar soniga qarab saylab olishimiz kerak bo'ladi. Aholi sonidan kelib chiqib, ko'chalardagi xonadon sonidan kelib chiqqan holatda. Ko'chalardagi xonadon sonidan kelib chiqib. Aholi deb adashib ketdim.
Okay. So okay, so that was very nice. Let me now ask Monojot to put up. Yesterday, Monojot, I sent you a PowerPoint that was MDU formation. Can you show us that one again, please? And let me just say, before you do the office bearer election, you have to show the entire group of people, the 15 men and 15 women, the posters with their roles and responsibilities. So you have to prepare those posters today to take to the village with you. The office bearer, roles and responsibilities, the chair, the secretary, and the vice chair. Okay? Do you have that information with you? Okay, if not, the government people will give it to you. Okay, now, can you go to the next point, Monojot, please? The next one, the next slide, the next slide. Yeah, okay, look at this. This is what I have put together for you. Okay, you calculate, you already did this. So the first step we have taken together. Remember, we already calculated how many people, right, will be serving for each street. So we calculated that. Then you have elders from all the streets are coming and are organized in the meeting into their own streets. You make sure that you organize people according to their streets. Okay? And then the people from each street discuss who should serve on the TMDU using the criteria that you have in Annex 2. Remember that criteria, right? So you need to bring that criteria. So you should make a list of the posters you will need. So one of the posters you need is going to be the criteria for TMDU membership. Okay, once each street has selected which men and women are going to be in the MDU, you ask them to come forward and introduce themselves. And then you ask them, then you present. Now here's a step I missed. Then you present to those 15 men and women the roles and responsibility of the chairperson, the vice chair, and the secretary. You have posters you need to create today. And then you ask them to vote in a secret ballot election. Now, Andijan has already done this. So I hope, Andijan, that people, that, you know, these office bearers will actually be part of the MTU and that your work is actually done when it comes to office bearers. But so let me just ask the team right now, Monojot, Ilham, and Monojot. Right? In Namangan, Fergana, and Andijan. The criteria, those posters need to be written. You know where to find that, right? And also you need the roles and responsibilities, of the office bearers, the posters, they need to be presented. And that is actually step number 5, and step number 5 becomes step number 6 now. Okay? Can I just get a, is Ilham here today? Ilham, PRU Ilham? Monojotan, is he here? Yeah, okay. I just want, oh, you're here. Hi, Ilham John. I just want to make sure that these people.
Hi, Brigitte.
Yeah, hi. I just want to make sure, you guys, that we have do you know where to find the roles and responsibilities of the chair, vice chair, and secretary? They have this, and they need to write those posters today. And they also need this criteria for MDU members, right? That's another poster that needs to be written today. Okay. Yeah.
Plakatlar yozilib, mahalla binosini devoriga osib qo'yilgan.
Perfect. Okay, great. Is that also the case? So this is for Andijan. Is that true for Fergana and Namangan also? Okay, and Namangan? Monojot John is just, I see her. She's coming to the microphone. Yeah.
Namanganda mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini vazifalari plakatda yozilgan, lekin rais, o'rinbosar va kotiblar vazifalari yozilmagan.
Okay.
Bu ma'lumotni o'zimizni qo'llanmani 22-betini o'zbekcha qilib 22-betini olsangiz bor. To'liq komandalar.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so that you will prepare. Okay, now I'm going to give you your tea break. And in your tea break, please think about if there's any more questions you have on this TMDU formation. Okay, and because after tea break, we're walking into the resource map. Okay, so I'm giving you your tea break. It's exactly 10 o'clock. And we will be back here in 20 minutes, okay? Thank you, guys. Okay. How are we doing? Is everyone coming back? 20 minutes are over. Can everybody turn their camera back on? Andijan, Fergana, Namangan. I think Namangan has to call back in. They don't look like they're on the screen right now. Ah, there they are. Yeah, Namangan, if you can turn on your camera. Ah, Nurberg. Hi, Nurberg-san. How are you? Everything okay at the dentist? You're doing okay?
Hello, Brigitte.
Yep,
Yes,
you're okay.
I'm pretty well. So
Good. There's nothing worse than a toothache.
I was a dentist, so I had some treatment. So
Great.
I'm doing well a little bit, but with some pain I have.
Okay, you have some pain medicine you're taking? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It suddenly happened yesterday evening, so it was terrible pain. So it was difficult to bear. So I'm doing well. Thanks.
Good. I'm glad you could join us. Great. Okay. We're just waiting. Thank you, Nobek-san. Okay, we're just waiting for Namangan to come on. To turn on their camera, please, Namangan. Great, there they are. Okay. Now, are you guys clear on how to do your MDU election process? Not election, selection, and then the office bearer election. So first it's a selection, and then it's an election. Do you have any questions, or are you clear? Nargiza-jan, are you clear how to do it? Okay, and remember, go ahead, is that done? Go ahead. Okay. Please go ahead, please. Yep, go ahead.
Biz assalomu alaykum, men Hilola, fasilitator. Biz mana mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini shakllantirish bo'yicha hammani hamkasblarimizni fikrlarini, o'zimizni fikrlarimizni aytdik. Bizga bu tushuncha rosa yaxshi tushunib oldik. Bitta savol tug'ildi. Mana biz birinchi mana namanganlik hamkasblarimiz savol berganda manavi hamma mahallalarda, hamma ko'chalardan kontingent to'planmaguncha yig'ilishni o'tkazmaymiz deb aytganimizda ular savol berishdi, qanday bo'ladi deb. Siz shunda tushuntirdingiz, kerak bo'lsa mahalla yurib da'vat qilamiz, iltimos qilamiz, loyihani tushuntiramiz dedingiz. Biz ham shu agar bizga berganda biz ham shuna qilib namanganlik hamkasblarimizga kengroq qilib tushuntirib berardik. U yig'ilishni bir yo'li to'xtatish emas, vaqtincha ushlab turamizda, to'xtatib turib, hammani yig'ib kontingent to'planmaguncha shuni o'tkazamiz dedik. No, siz farg'onalik hamkasblarimiz so'zga chiqqanda mahallalarda yurish shart emas deb shunaqa deb o'tib ketdingiz. Vaqtingizni ketkazmang, mahallalarda yurish shart emas deb o'tib ketdingiz. Shunga iltimos, bizda jinday tushunmovchilik bo'ldi. Buni sababi nima? Shunga oydinlik kiritib bersangiz, rahmat.
So first of all, I did not say you should go door to door. I actually told you not to go door to door. I told you to ask the MCA chair to give you the list of all the elders for each street and then to try to go and identify them and ask them to come. If it's too far away, you can phone them. If it's close enough, you can go there, but you need to be in the village at least an hour and a half early. Okay? So no, you're not supposed to go door to door, especially not when you have 900 households in some places, right? You're just supposed to go to where the OXOCOLs are. I hope that answers your question. And also, and thank you for asking the question, but also please note that in case you don't have enough people, then don't hold the selection process. Then you do it next time and you just do the resource map. You get at least started on the resource map. So if you guys are missing, if you know you need from every street at least so many people, right? And they're not present, then just skip the MDU process right now. We'll do it the next time we go to village, and you need to tell them we can only establish the MDU if all the streets are properly represented. You need to tell them that, right? So that you hope in your next meeting they will all come, but at least you can do the public resource map this afternoon, okay?
Yana bitta savol bo'lib savolam emas. Biz mahalla fuqarolar yig'ini raisi bilan aloqada bo'lib turibmiz. Biz boradigan qishloqda mahalla fuqarolar yig'ini raisi bilan aloqada bo'lib turibmiz. Doim. Shu odamga o'zimizni rejamizni va manovi mahalla taraqqiyot guruhini shakllantirishdagi mezonlarni u odamga tushuntirib, shu mezonga asoslantirib odamlarni yig'ib qo'yishini taklif qilib aytyapmiz. Shuni agar biz borganda shu holatda ham biz 1-2 soat oldin boramiz. Agar shu aytilgan mezonga qarab odam kontingent to'planmagan bo'lsa, keyin biz yo kerak bo'lsa o'zimiz yo bo'lmasam shu bitta mahalladagi shu o'zini ko'chasidagi fuqaroga iltimos qilib, o'zimizdan bitta vakilni qo'shib, mahalladan odamni chaqirib olib kelib, shu kelmagan ko'chadan odamni olib kelib, kontingentni to'g'rilashga harakat qilamiz. Shunaqa deb o'ylab fikr qilib turibmiz. Rahmat.
Yeah, but my point is, the important point is that don't waste so much time. You need to do the resource map, okay? So if you find out, if you go early and by 6:15 or 6:30 you don't have enough people to hold the MDU election and selection process, then please just go to the resource map, okay? Are you clear on that? Everybody, don't spend more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes waiting for people or half an hour, and then you move into your exercise because you're already going a little bit late to the village, okay? We can always do the MDU selection process next week. Is everybody clear? Yeah, Nargiza Jan, go ahead.
Rahmat, hozir demak siz aytganingiz bo'yicha agar yetarlicha o'sha har bir ko'cha vakillari bo'lmaydigan bo'lsa, biz o'sha xaritaga, resurslar xaritasiga o'tamiz. Lekin kelishgan bo'lsa, demak biz ana shu taraqqiyot guruhini tayinlash jarayonini boshlaymiz, to'g'rimi?
Yes, correct. And then you will still do the resource map. You should try to also do the resource map. Right? You'll have 2 assignments today. One is the MDU selection and the office bearer election, and the other is the resource map. Okay?
Yana bitta aniqlashtirish uchun bitta narsa. Bizga hozir bundan oldingi taqdimotda tushuntirdingiz. Ya'ni har bitta ko'chada joylashgan xonadonlardan kelib chiqqan holda juftliklar soni aniqlandi. Shundan kelib chiqqan holda biz hozir bugungi uchrashuvimizga ya'ni 30 ta o'sha taraqqiyot guruhi vakillarini, 8 ta yoshlar guruhini va 6 ta monitoring guruhini saylab olishimiz uchun shu ko'chalardagi xonadonlar sonidan kelib chiqqan holda vakillar
not 4 monitoring groups, 4 people, not 4 groups, 4 people, 2 men and 2 women for the monitoring, right? Not 4 groups. You're not supposed to have 16 people monitoring, right? You just have 4 people. Okay.
Shu narsani
And youth, you should have actually, you should have more than 8 people who are youth, right? There should be more than 8 people.
Bu mana shu yoshlar guruhi 15 ta vakillardan tashqari bo'lgan boshqa vakillar bo'lishi kerak, to'g'rimi?
Okay, look, you have 15 pairs of MDU members and those are one set of people, okay? They're the elders. And then you're going to try to, and then you ask the MTA chair to identify youth, okay? So you should have, you know, a few young people from each street, but you need to have very large meeting spaces, or you need to have separate meetings with youth if you don't have any space. But so you need to find big space to have meetings. And you need to speak very loudly and you need to shout so that people can hear you because you don't have a microphone in the village, right? But you should have more than 8 youth. I would hope that you have maybe 15 youth. Okay. And then you have 4 CPM. So in your meeting, you might have 50 people in your meeting, 30 MDU members, 15 youth, and 4 CPM. So you're talking 49, 50 people. And we're going to finish this training by August, by end of July. So you will not have a problem with this, the government regulation of no meeting with more than 50 people. But make sure you distance, you keep people separated, they wear masks, and that you can manage the meetings in a large space. Does that make sense?
Rahmat. Ya'ni har bitta bu taraqqiyot guruhidagi odam yoki yoshlar guruhidagi odam yoki monitoring guruhidagi odam faqat bitta guruhda vakil bo'la oladi, to'g'rimi?
I don't understand what you mean by one unit. I don't understand the question.
Mahalla taraqqiyot guruhidagi vakillar bu umuman boshqa odamlar, ular boshqa guruhda bo'lishmaydi, to'g'rimi? Yoshlar guruhi yoki monitoring guruhida.
Oh, because MDU members are going to be the elders, and the youth by definition are not elders. And CPM cannot be in either the youth or the MDU because they cannot monitor themselves, right? So they're very discreet people. Okay?
Rahmat, bo'ldi. Biz tushunganimiz to'g'rimi, aniqligini anaqa qilmoqchi edik, aniqlashtirmoqchi edik.
No problem, that's fine. Okay, I hope that helped everyone. I hope everyone is listening because Nargisa is asking very important and very good questions. So I hope you're all listening and learning from the answer to her questions. Any more questions on this topic of MDU or youth? or CPM? No? Okay. Okay. So you are clear. So fine. So you wait till about 20 minutes, half an hour into your meeting. If you don't have enough people, you move forward with the resource map. Okay? Now, let us discuss the resource map. Did everyone get a chance to read the instructions? Did everyone get a chance to read the instructions for the resource map? Okay. Now, I want to make a few points that I have learned from other countries just to help you not make the same mistakes. So please take a note. Never, ever, ever, ever map private infrastructure. This is all about public infrastructure. You are not mapping private infrastructures. We're not mapping stores, or private doctors or anything. We're mapping public goods in this map. This is a public infrastructure map. Can I first see a show of hand that everyone has read the annex? Can I just see a show of hand? Has everyone read the annex? Okay, good. Now, so you're mapping public infrastructure. You should make very sure when you draw the real map, you're making it on the ground, and then the engineers are transferring the map on a paper, and then you will make a very large map on Monday when we come back to meet. But the big point here is that you have to be very clear to show the different streets in different colors, so it's very clear. I also need you to indicate in the map the location of the MDU, men and women, and the location of the MCA chair, vice chair, and secretary. Where are they living? Make sure you give people lots of space. So you ask them to draw the boundary. You ask them to draw the boundary of the community, and don't worry, that boundary does not have to be exact, the outside boundary. You're just doing that so that people have a way to identify, to work in the village itself, to put a village on the floor, to lay out the spatial arrangement of the village, right? Make sure you make the map has to be very big on the floor. It has to be very large, 10 by 10 meters, so that people can work in their own street and put the infrastructure. Okay? Remember, you want to map electricity poles. You want to map all the proper roads. You want to map water sources, key water sources, irrigation, right? Schools, kindergartens, clinic, if there's a clinic. You want to indicate if there is a school in the neighboring village, but not in this village. You want to have a little sign somewhere that says, 3 kilometers outside is a school in another village, right? All the public infrastructure that this village is using should somehow be listed. You need to bring the materials you need, right? You need chalk. Does everybody have chalk? Is there chalk in the room? Chalk powder? You need cards and markers so that every street can put their infrastructure down. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to give you some space to ask questions. And once you have asked me questions, if you don't have questions, that's fine. If you do, I'll answer them. And then I'm going to give you time to prepare. And then I'm going to come back and give you another chance to ask me any questions. Go ahead. There's a question in the Andijan room. Andijan, I saw a hand go up. Please come and ask your question.
Assalomu alaykum Birgitta xonim. Hozir aytib o'tdingiz, qo'shni qishloqlarda agar foydalanadigan maktab yoki tibbiyot muassasalari bo'ladigan bo'lsa, bularni ham kartaga tushiring deyapsiz. Agar foydalanmaydigan bo'lsa, xalq o'zidan so'raganimizda foydalanmaydigan bo'lsa, tushirishimiz shartmi yoki shart emasmi yoki albatta ko'rsatilishi majburmi?
Yes.
Narsalar, obyektlar.
No, you only have to put the facilities that they're using. So let's say, and you need to put on your map, it should say north, south, east, and west, right? So if people tell you, oh, on this road, 2 kilometers, there's another village and there's a school. So you just write, you write a little, you make an arrow that says 2 kilometers is a school, primary school, for example, right? But only if the children are using it, not if they're not using it. Very nice question. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, look, if you don't have questions now, that's fine. I'm going to give you, let's see, it's 11:15. I'm going to give you 1 hour time. And I really mean for you to figure out who will facilitate, who is and it should not be the same person, right? Don't have the same person facilitate this meeting that you had last time. Try to switch it so that new facilitators are getting experience, right? So have a facilitator and a helper, and then other people are going to be observing the process, the facilitation. The engineers will be very busy. The engineers should be busy drawing the map on their paper, right? Nargisa wants to ask a question, I think. Is that right? Nargisa Jan in Fergana?
Hozir siz aytib o'tdingiz, muhandislar fasilitator bo'lishi mumkinmi yoki ularda alohida vazifasi bormi demoqchi edim.
No. The engineers are not facilitators. This is not their job. It's not their job description to facilitate the social. They will actually facilitate, but not this work. The work you're doing with me, the engineers are only there to help by making maps, to later talk to people and find out more detail about water or about electricity. But it's not the engineer's job to facilitate the social process of this program. Okay, if there's a question from an engineer, please go ahead. I see Fergana engineer has a question.
Assalomu alaykum yana bir bor. Biz xaritani qog'ozga injenerlar qog'ozga chizish kerak deyapsiz hozir.
Yeah, so they're making this very big map on the floor, and you will copy that map on a piece of paper, and later you will make a very big map out of it. That's correct. That's right.
U yerda yerga ular 10 razmerda yerga chizishgandan so'ng biz u yerda qog'ozga tushirib yuboramiz o'sha chizmani, xaritani vatminga. Olib kelib o'zimizda o'sha vatmindan foydalanamiz yoki boshqa yana katta razmerdagi nimaga chizamizmi yana? Tushiramizmi xaritani?
No. So you will no. Yeah, so let me explain. So you are going to draw the map, copy the map in the village on small paper. Monday, I will meet you at 8 in the office. You will draw the big map, and that map will be a working document, meaning you will present that map to the whole village again, and they may add things, or they may change things, or they may have forgotten something, right? So it's like a working document. And that map will belong to the MDU. And the minute you build infrastructure, that infrastructure will be added on the map, right? So that the village has a map. So when another NGO or another government agency is coming to visit the village, they will be able to see the map and see all the infrastructure that's been made, the infrastructure that you have built, and they can have a discussion with the community what else they require. So it's going to be a map that belongs to the village for quite a while, and they will be using it to update it, and other actors can see it. Okay. Okay.
Keyingi kerakli qilinadigan ishlarni o'sha xaritaga kirgizdirib takomillashtirib borar ekanmiz. Shuni.
Andijonda savol bor.
Yeah.
Bizda mana shu hozir xaritalar.
Yeah, Andijon, go ahead.
Xaritalash bo'yicha berilgan 3-chi ilovada shu aholi punktiga borilganda xaritalashda bizda ilovada 5/5 deb yozilgan. Boshqa hamkasblarimizda Andijon, Farg'ona, Namangandan xuddi shundaymi? Shuni bilib olaylik. Siz hozir bizga 10/10 qilib chizasizlar deyapti. Yo buni ahamiyatli joyi yo'qmi? Rahmat. Oldindan.
No, it matters a lot. When I say 10 by 10, I mean at least 10 by 10, because you need people to stand in the map, okay? I'm going to try to find a photo for you later while you are practicing this thing. So I'm going to show you a photo of a mapping process in another country so you can see, because that's what I happen to have. But yeah, no, a 10 by 10 meters is a minimum size of the map on the floor. Don't make it 5 by 5. Trust me, you will see why 10 by 10 is so important, okay?
Brigitta xonim, biz buni plakatga chizishdi, buni tushundik 10/10. Yerga aholi bilan chizayotganda 5/5 deyilgan. Biz shuni, men hozir shuni aniqlashtirib olmoqchi edim. Yerga aholi bilan chizilayotganda asha bo'rlar bilan yo bo'rni kukuni bilan chizilish kerak deb yozilgan bor ilovada. Shunda 5/5 deb berilgan. Endi biz bu nimaga alohida karta.
Yeah, I see what it says. I see what it says, but just go with, trust me, and go with 10 by 10. We will change that. Sorry about that. Any other questions before you can still ask me questions later, right? It's probably easier for you guys to have better questions later when you've tried to prepare. Anything else? So there you can see there's a map now. Yeah, this is not the greatest. This is pretty hard to see. Yeah, okay, there you go. This is nice. So this is what it looks like. So very clear division of the neighborhoods. You see that? And an indication of men and women TMDU members, right? And the different facilities, everything is noted. So this is what you are aiming for. This is your final product, right? This is your final product. So you can see what these different maps look like. Okay. Ah, there you can also see, look at this. You see why it's 10 by 10? Because people are working in different parts of the map. All the different streets or neighborhood are working in different parts of the map. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys, Monojot, it's okay. Can you take the thing away, the screen? Okay. Now I'm going to give you guys an hour time. Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Uzr. Hozir rasmlarda odamlar o'sha qog'oz ushlab qo'yishayotganini ko'rdik.
What's the question? I can't hear. I haven't heard the translation.
Mana shu qog'ozchalarda nimalar yozilyapti va biz ham shu narsani qilishimiz kerakmi?
What do you mean? What are they? So okay, so did you read the instructions? Okay, so if you read the instructions, you know that each street is sitting together, right, and brainstorming what is all the public infrastructure in our street. So they may say, oh, we have a school, or we have a little bridge, or right, or we have a paved road. So they're writing that, and then they're putting on the map, on the ground, those pieces of paper to indicate where that infrastructure is located, right? Okay.
Tushunarli, rahmat.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to give you the time to prepare, okay? And basically what I would like you to do, I would like you to imagine that you are in the village facilitating this, and I would like the facilitators to actually take the lead and try to facilitate this map right now in the 1 hour window that you have following your guideline. And now you can look at your paper, you can hold your paper, you can read from your paper as you facilitate, because it will help you that you don't need the paper in the village, okay? So I'm giving you 1 hour time. Take a few minute break right now. Take a 5-10 minute break, and I will be back at noon, at your time noon, and then we have another hour to discuss things, okay? Okay, see you in 1 hour. Okay, how's everybody doing?
I think our team is okay. Would you like to see some process photos, Brigitte? I can share just from Andijan. They send photos from Namangan also. The facilitators and engineers, they are doing just map.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Here is Namangan. This is Fergana. Again, Namangan. That's it so far.
They don't need to focus on drawing the map. They need to focus on the facilitation, right? I mean, the most difficult thing is the facilitation, not creating the map. Anyway, let's get people back in the room. Thank you for that, Manojojan. Can the teams turn on the camera, Fergana and Namangan?
Today's facilitators, they are preparing for their speech. They are rereading the annexes, and the engineers are trying to develop the map.
Yeah, but I mean, the engineers can also be there and be part of the process and help people. There's going to be a lot of streets, a lot of teams, right? Everybody needs to like help today, right? So I need people to come back to the room so we can, and to turn on their cameras so we can get going. It's noon and I really want to let people go by lunchtime so that they have the afternoon to rest before they leave at 3 or 4 o'clock, whenever they leave. But people should have like, you know, at least an hour and a half of resting today.
Okay, in this case, let me call Namangan team. Andijan is here, Fergana also, now Namangan.
Okay. Okay, is everybody ready?
I think yes, Fergana is ready.
Okay, so what about, so Fergana doesn't look like they're ready. Okay, why don't everybody take their seat? Andijan, I'm only looking at 3-4 people.
Farg'ona qaytyapti, Farg'ona tayyor.
I see you.
Yes.
Okay, now, Monojot, can you project what I sent you? Okay, so before we get into question and answers, I want to show you how we are doing this mapping. Can you start with the first map, the first picture, please? The picture number 1. Okay, this, and look at this. Okay, so this is Afghanistan. You have a woman in the middle facilitating a session with men and women. Okay, and this is a mapping exercise. They're starting to do the outline of the village, and 2 people have stepped into the map to actually map the different neighborhoods. They call them mahalla. Okay, the real meaning of a neighborhood, right, in local language is mahalla. So look at all these people. Everyone is watching. Everyone is super intent. This is, by the way, a very fun and exciting exercise, and village people love this exercise. Okay, it's very exciting to them to actually map their village. Okay, so you have a woman facilitating the whole process in the middle. Then you have someone from the village who's taken a kind of a stick to draw boundaries, right? And then you have someone putting chalk. You can see the chalk that provides the outline. Can you go to the next picture? Now here you see people inside the map. This is why the map needs to be 10 by 10 meters. I don't want you to be afraid. There will be chaos, but people should be inside the map. Look at all these people participating. Look at all these people doing and looking and writing and putting things down and working in small groups, mapping their own mahallas. Okay, this is what you want. You don't want people standing there telling you how to make the map. You want people to make their own map. Okay, can you go to the next photo? The next photo, please. Okay, I'm going to show you the use. Why are we making these maps? This is a map of an Afghan village. You can see that the yellow man, the blue man, the black man, and the green man, these are the office bearers. They have used project money to asphalt the streets right outside their house. Do you see that? But they have not asphalted other streets. We call this elite capture, okay? So basically what the map shows you, we made this map before we started the project. What this map basically shows you is a concentration of council members and elite capture capturing resources. So the maps are very, very important to help us understand where the resources are. You can see the electricity lines. They have mapped the mosques. You can see they have mapped the canals, okay? The roads, the bridges, the walk bridge, okay? So this is the point, right? It doesn't matter how exactly accurate the dimensions of the map are, which street has more people or not. What really matters, okay, is that you capture the resources in each different neighborhood or street, okay? Manager John, you can get out of this now. Okay, now that you have prepared, so what I want to see tomorrow, Monday, when I see the footage of your mapping, I want to see lots of people, not you, those people from the village working in the map on their own streets and putting their resources down, right? Not you driving the process, not you dominating, not you writing the cards. People should be writing the cards. People should be working in their maps. This is a participatory process. You are only facilitating. You are enabling people to work and create a map. Okay. Now, I'm going to open the floor for questions. If there are any questions.
Andijonda savol bor edi.
Sure. Go ahead.
Qo'llanmada ushbu uchrashuvda faqat erkaklar qatnashadi degan joy bor. Lekin biz rasmlarda ayollarni ham ko'ryapmiz. Bu degani erkaklar ham ayollar ham qatnashadimi yoki yoshlar ham qatnashadimi yoki ular keyin qatnashadi birinchi? Faqat erkaklar qatnashadi degan joy bor.
Yeah, that's right. And this is only because of the COVID situation. If you can manage to have women be in the process, if you can manage the distancing, you can ask everyone to map, depending on how big your place is. So please make sure you go early, find a big place, make sure you have enough masks, everybody is protected, and then you can put people together and ask them to map. You know, whenever you can do things together, except for the health analysis, because there's some privacy issues where women would like to be in their own groups and discuss amongst themselves, especially when it comes to reproductive issues, it's better to have separate groups. But if you can, and if you can manage the social distancing and make sure everybody is protected, I highly recommend you have the meetings together. And you should be there. Yes, absolutely. As many people as you can manage to have participate in the mapping, that will be absolutely great. That's why you should make the map really big. As much space as you can possibly have, you should use it. Okay. Okay. Any other questions from Andijan, or should I ask Fergana also had some question?
Elektr uzatish liniyalari haqida ham so'ralgan ekan. Elektr uzatish liniyalarini ham chizamizmi?
No, you don't necessarily need to draw the power lines, but so one of the issues we have noticed in Uzbek villages is that some people have poles, power poles, right, that carry the power lines that are very flimsy and ready to fall apart and actually quite risky, because if the lines come down, right, and hit the houses, that's actually dangerous. So you may want to indicate in the street how many of the poles are good quality, not ready to fall apart, and how many of the poles are ready to fall apart. Okay? Very good question, by the way. Thank you for asking that. And if you like to draw the power lines, you can, but you don't have to spend time wasting time with people to provide you with the power line. But you do need to make sure the poles are safe, the electricity poles. Any other question from Andijan? Okay. Now, what about Fergana? Fergana had questions.
Farg'onadan savol bor edi. Assalomu alaykum. Men qishloq fasilitatori Dilshodman.
Sure.
Bizga mana shu qishloqdagi guruhda saylovda o'tkazish tartibini bosqichma-bosqich tushuntirib bersangizda, agar iloji bo'lsa. Qanday amalga oshirishda hozir biz meni o'zimni tushunishim bo'yicha o'sha MTG a'zolariga o'sha stikerlar tarqatib, meni tushunishim bo'yicha. Alohida stikerlar bitta rais uchun alohida berib turib, raislikni o'tkazib olib, keyin qutichani ochib, natijani e'lon qilgandan keyin o'rinbosar saylanadimi yoki uchala jarayon bittadami?
I think you should do it at the same time. So, and oh, I see. I don't want you to collect. Look, here's what you do. You organize, you put 3 boxes. One says chairman, one says vice chairman, one says secretary. You can give people 3 colored papers. You have those cards, or you can give them normal paper, but you can just ask them to themselves. They should walk by each box. You should not be touching the papers, okay? First of all, that is not how you run an election. You people have no business touching the paper. If I'm voting, I put the paper in the box. You don't touch my paper. You only count the papers when they're in the box later, okay? That's the first rule of an election, is that you do not touch the ballot. Okay, so what I saw in the footage yesterday was totally wrong, of you to be collecting papers and putting them in a box. That is against every election rule in the world, yeah? So you put the boxes, you ask people to line up and to put them themselves into the boxes, okay? And then you go and you have somebody, you have the CPM team from the village, they can stand with you, and you go to a side and you begin to count, okay? To count and tabulate ballots, okay? And you can have a few people from the community there, but it's absolutely important that you do not touch these papers, except for when you open the ballot box after voting. Is that clear?
Mani tushunishim bo'yicha uchala quticha bir joyda turadi. Odam qatnashuvchi ishtirokchilar, a'zolar o'zlari yurib kelib har bitta qutichaga belgilangan stikerni solishadi. Shundoqmi?
No, what you can do is you can have one person come up front and put in the box who is the chairperson a paper for the vice chairperson and for the secretary, and then the next person, and then the next person, and then the next person. Okay, you put all the 3 boxes, and one person goes and puts it. But you have to. It's a secret ballot, right? It's a paper. I write the paper, I close the paper, and I put it in, and you don't touch the paper. Right? Okay, that's great. Perfect.
Rahmat.
Okay, great. Any other? So you don't have any questions on the mapping, Fergana? You are okay when it comes to the mapping process? Go ahead.
Manda savol bor edi. Men Nabijonov Abdumalik.
Please ask.
Nabijonov Abdumalik, qishloq injeneriman. Mana shu xaritalash davomida, xaritalash jarayonida kommunikatsiya sohalari, ya'ni tizimlari, o'sha suv bo'ladimi, svet bo'ladimi, masalan asfalt bo'ladimi, shularni yoritishda svet sohasida masalan tepa transformatori, stalbalari, suv sohasida ichimlik suvi tik quduvlari, suv tarqatish inshootlari, tarmoqlari, ya'ni uni materiallari, chugunmi, asbestmi yoki poliplenmi, shularga ham alohida bir to'xtalib o'tish kerakmi? Yo bunda haligacha chuqurlashib ketgan bo'lib qolamizmi?
Okay, first of all, it's good to map the transformers, okay, so that we know there is a sufficient number of transformers in the village. Transformers are a public good, right? They're not private. You can map a well, but only if it's a public well. We're not mapping any private wells. Okay, no private wells. And when it comes to pipelines, you can make a notation, if I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the importance of indicating what is a certain material or not. I'm leaving it up to you. Maybe the engineers can discuss that. And I don't know how to answer that question, honestly.
Rahmat, javob uchun rahmat.
You're welcome. Good. Namangan, any questions from the, oh, wait. There's another question, maybe Fergana. Nurbekjan, do you have a question or are you just fixing the camera? Just fixing the camera, okay. Okay, great. Namangan, any questions from your team? From anyone, facilitators, trainer, engineer? Anybody have a question?
Brigitte, we would like to clarify the one thing.
Okay, I don't understand who's speaking right now. Who's speaking?
It's me, Nadia, from Fergana. Here is counting votes with the CPM or village community.
The counting of votes is done. The counting of votes is done by the facilitators and the team. You are outsiders. You are insiders. Don't count their vote, right? The outsiders have to count the vote for it to be valid. Okay. You can have the CPM monitor you, but you cannot let insiders touch the votes. Okay. Okay. Okay, Namangan, any questions from Namangan? Yeah. Yeah, hang on, let me just see if Namangan, does Namangan have a question? Hang on just a second. Namangan, do you have a question? Yes or no?
Namanganda savolimiz yo'q, hammasi tushunarli. Yo'q savolimiz. Rahmat.
Okay, Norbek, go ahead, please. Norbek.
Oldingi tajribada sohil qishlog'ida shu narsalar, shu loyihani eksperimental o'tkazilganda, saylov jarayonida biz o'sha saylov o'tkazish jarayonida har bir mahallani alohida hududda, o'sha belgilangan mahallani hududida saylov o'tkazilgan edi. Agar esingizda bo'lsa, Brigitta xonim. Bu holatda ham shuni amalga oshirishimiz kerakmi yo saylov bitta joyda o'tkaziladimi?
Look, this is a completely different process. Because of COVID, we have completely changed the process of the election. Okay? So there's no comparison right now. The only comparison is the office bearer election, because the other election is completely different, right? Because of COVID, we cannot have people standing in line and all the things that it takes. So the only thing, Nurbekjan, that is the same is the way you conduct the office bearer election. That's exactly the same, and you saw that, so you know how to do it. That's right. That's right.
Rahmat katta.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Okay, so look, everyone, I do want to give you time to prepare yourself for the village today. I want you to have your lunch and then take a bit of a rest. And then I think you're going to leave early. You need to gather all your materials and get everything ready. So you can still reach me today. I mean, you can just let me know if you have any questions. Either Ilham or Monojot or the other Monojot, you can text me. Make sure everyone has my WhatsApp number between the three of you. And you can always text me and say, Brigitta, call us, or can you answer this question? I will hear your text. I have the phone next to me when I'm sleeping. So, you know, you're most welcome to text me. Please text me rather than making a huge mistake. I would prefer you wake me up rather than having you, you know, do something wrong that is serious, okay? But I think you should find that this facilitating this map is very exciting and people really like it. And I hope you're going to have fun and you're going to make it fun for people also. Right? Remember, it's, all this work is about learning all about the village, right? And enabling village people to learn about their own community and to systematically put information together that helps them to have a better Kishlok development plan later, right? All we're doing is working towards a really effective, participatory, and equitable Kishlok development plan. This is what this is all about. All our work is planning which project the village is going to get and making sure that all the people are properly represented. Okay? So unless there is anything else, I will let you go to prepare. I wish you good luck. Rest a bit, eat your lunch, rest a bit, and I will see you on Monday morning, right? Monday morning, your time, 8 o'clock. So have a good
Muradova.
Sunday. And Ranojan, you want to come in on something?
Yes, if I can. Yeah, I will ask Munajat. Munajat Muradova. Здесь же, да, в зале же, на Магане же. К вам такая просьба, так как вы среди всех самые, скажем так, опытные и уже, скажем так, проделали большую работу в Джизаке и Сардаре, если какие-либо у фасилитаторов, независимо от области, будут вопросы, помогайте им сейчас на начальном этапе, чтобы они ошибки тоже не делали. Вы же сами через это проходили тоже в Джизаке, в Сардаре, то есть вы, в принципе, прекрасно все знаете, вот эти все шаги. Чтобы они ошибки не совершали, помогайте, если можно. Такая просьба к вам будет. Спасибо.
Yeah, the same is true. Thank you so much, Ranojan. The same is true in Fergana. I'm hoping that Nurbek Jan will be there and help them, not facilitating, but making sure they don't make mistakes, big mistakes, right? You can stop them. And in Andijan, I'm not sure who's going to be there in Andijan that's experienced, but I think Ilham Jan is there to help. And again, I'm sure it's not going to be a problem. Look, the map is not that difficult. You will find that. The map is not that difficult. And even if you do miss something, we can always go back in another meeting, show them the map on the paper and add things, right? Yeah, Ilham Jan, go ahead, please.
Xaritalash Jizzax Sirdaryoda xaritalash jarayonida qatnashganmiz. O'ylaymanki, hech qanaqa muammo bo'lmaydi. Bugun borib shu xaritalashni to'g'rilab kelamiz. Rahmat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think everything is going to be fine.
Namangan. Biza gapirmoqchi edik.
Okay, go ahead.
Men hozir Andijon va Farg'ona komandalariga bitta taklifim bor. Bir yarim soat, maksimum 40 minutlar vaqtingizni sarflab, mana shu jarayonni o'zingiz tajribadan o'tkazib ko'ring. Ya'ni mail olib, ko'chama-ko'cha primerna bo'lim olib, yerga chizish jarayoni qanaqa bo'ladi, bir tasavvurga ega bo'lish uchun o'zingiz qilib ko'rsangiz, yaxshiroq tushunasiz. Bizlar Namangan tashqariga chiqib, komanda bilan mana shu jarayonni как бы repetitsiya sifatida mana главный fasilitator injenerlarimiz fasilitatorlik qilib turdi. Qolgan qatnashchilar как aholi sifatida qatnashib, yerga o'zimiz mana shu gostinitsani atrofini chizib ko'rishga harakat qildik. Ozroq mana shunaqa repetitsiya qilib olsanglar, fasilitatorlar ham, injenerlarda ham ozgina tushuncha bo'ladi, o'zingizlarda ham.
that's fine, but the engineers should not be facilitating. Even the rehearsal should be done by facilitators, not engineers. Yeah, right. So it should be facilitators during the mock session, not engineers. Okay, right. So yes, I agree with her, but I thought I already asked you to do that. That was the whole point. Your preparation session should have been a mock session of drawing the map already. So if you haven't done it, please do it. Listen to Monojot, that's a good idea. But facilitation should be done by facilitators, not engineers, okay? Everywhere. Okay. If that's it, then I'm gonna sign off and let you keep working and having your lunch. And I will see you. One other thing. Continue to keep working on the MCA passport if you get a chance. I think on Monday you should be presenting any of the data you have collected also. Okay? Okay, great. Okay. Then thank you very much for joining today, and I will see you Monday.
Bitta savolim bor edi.
Okay. One more question? Okay.
Dushanba kunga injenerlarimiz xaritani plakatga tushirib tayyorlab qo'yishlari kerak, to'g'rimi?
On Monday morning, yes, on Monday morning, and everybody should be helping them, right? Everybody should be working with them. Actually, Monday morning, one thing we can do, we can maybe meet at 9 or maybe we can meet at 10 in the morning, and you will have prepared the map, the self-reflection posters from the facilitators, plus you will have prepared the feedback from others. But I will see you at 8 and I will give you that assignment, because Monday morning you're going to prepare the map as well as the feedback from the team. Okay? Does that answer your question, Monojot?
Savolimga javob oldim. Rahmat.
Okay, great. Okay, then thank you guys. See you. Have a good day. Good luck with everything. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Andijon, Farg'ona, menga savolinglar yo'qmi? Ketaveraylikmi biza ham?
Yo'q, Najat aka, hozir savol yo'q. Keyinroq protsessda savolga chiqib turamiz. Telegramda.
Endi taxminiy qat'iy savol beraylik.